right, are we ready, Marion County? You ready? All right, so we are going to unveil our shake table. All right, are we wheeling it over? James? Are we wheeling it over?
Yes, so you can wheel your card all the way to the bike. You will have to transport by hand to the...
You're going to have to stand on this side.
Okay.
You don't have the card, sorry.
All right, Marion County, let's wheel your cake over, and then you can present your cake. Tell the judges about your theme, anything you'd like to present, and then we will shake. Yes, they'll shake for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and 1 minute.
Well, we originally started with like a kind of dangerous like gear skyscraper design, but when we built it all, we were overweight, so we're now an abandoned building, abandoned like a haunted skyscraper. Apocalyptic. Yes. So, I mean, we made it so we have this bottom part, which is just like layer of gingerbread with golf stoppers on the top to help it roll. It has like earthquake damping, so this will roll freely across the golf stoppers.
Okay.
And we have 5 different layers that all kind of taper into each other. And just to get to this size, so we have our cake is in these little like cavities of the first layer to hold it in there. We have like these windows here. We laser engrave them on. We obviously have these lights that are wired all the way up to these displays. And then what else do we have? The interior design is kind of 2 straight walls spanning the whole interior with smaller section walls going off to connect to the outside layers. The interior walls are also made out of gingerbread. Our glue that we made that you can see all right here is caramel, marshmallow, and gummy bears. So, and we had to mess around with the glue a lot because we found if we put too many gummy bears in it, well, too much moisture got into it and it got a lot weaker and like couldn't hold as well. So we had to find the right measurements and how much of each thing to put in. Our topper is made out of chocolate. It's got the hammer with a chef hat on it, the wrench, and a knife. Also on the base, we have these Twizzlers to stop the whole tower just from like sliding off.
All right, so for our edible portion that you guys are going to taste, we have a chocolate espresso cake for you with a espresso cream.
And between each layer of the cake is a caramel icing.
Shake? Yes. Okay. You're going to shake, the cake is going to shake for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and then 1 minute. Okay?
Go up in RPMs each time.
Yes. All right, are we ready? Okay.
Yep, 30 for 30.
Okay, we're going to shake for 30 seconds.
Really, that's great. And the topper's got a little bit of action up there. That's dead on. Sick.
Wow.
I'm wondering if we're going to lose the knife. Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful. Great job. All right, are we ready for our last shake? 1 minute. Here we go.
Oh, the first one. There's a gobstopper that's thinking about leaving. All right. Oh, we lost one. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay. But now it's finding its natural frequency. Okay.
It's holding.
This is a minor loss. Okay. As long as we don't get a gobstopper in the gear. Oh, exactly. Okay. As long as we don't lose all the gobstoppers.
Oh, no.
41. How many seconds left? Okay, that's 30. That's 40 seconds. 20 more seconds. How many gobstoppers do you have? At least they're kind of I see it. Even. Yeah, it's really only moving a tiny bit.
10 left.
Yeah.
Now we get into the shake.
All right.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Y'all made it through all 3 shakes. All right, so we're going to get some feedback from the judges, okay?
First of all, it's hard to go first. So congratulations on going first. How are you feeling? Yeah, feeling good. Well, obviously, very successful design. Can you tell me a little bit about the base and what was happening with the gobstoppers and how you came up with that idea?
Well, so we got the idea from LA skyscrapers, how they have the rollers on the bottoms to help dampen the earthquake, the vibrations from the earthquake. So the gobstoppers are just really sitting on the top piece of gingerbread, being able to let the actual skyscraper itself move freely across the gobstoppers. So this thing's moving, but this can just glide on it and won't actually move with it that much. So, and we have the Twizzlers there, so if it does move and goes a little too far, it won't just fall off.
It's a good thing you had them, right? Because we were losing gobstoppers. I don't know if we had to go for 5 minutes if we would have had enough, right? But that's great. Now, I know that when you started, you had a full structure. We couldn't see through it. And then there was a weight problem, so we took some of those off. Those are all gear shapes, right? Now, if you could go back and start over, what would you do differently?
In the connecting each layer and the inside, there's lap joints helping connect each layer so they don't move across. But they weren't too important, and they added a good bit of weight. So if we would have known we would have been overweight, we would have probably just left those out. Anything you guys want to
Take it back and then kind of shift over here. Any more questions?
You bet. So I'm a lighting designer, right? So I love the lights. I love that it's programmed. It's moving too slowly for me to actually see, but is it your team name? What's in there? That makes perfect sense. I love it. I also have to comment on the fact that this is a pretty much edible construction. It's difficult to make electronic components edible, so if we kind of put those aside, is there anything in this that's not edible? That is really impressive. Yeah, I love it. How about some comments?
Yeah, I was asking Sarah if everything was edible there because it was really impressive. Like everything was shaking. The building was like straight, you know. The only thing that was shaking was the top a little bit, but it's there, so that's amazing as well. But I'm excited to taste this because
I'm
I
excited
love
it's
a
not on the
caramel.
floor.
Yeah, and espresso.
Well, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to know that there is still candy in the future of the apocalypse. So at least we'll have something to nibble on. But I think I like this structure more with the openness of it. And so you did a really good job of creating that internal structure to where when you started removing pieces, you didn't remove pieces that were attached to anything. So by opening it up like that, you were able to drop a lot of weight and not have to affect the structural integrity of it. So I love the dampening idea. It's just fantastic. It's a really great job.
I have a question, actually. Riffing off, I have a question. So when you found you were overweight, talk to me about the process of the pivot, because you took a big risk.
We just figured that the quickest and easiest thing to do was start taking off the outside layer. And we were more worried about competing than our original look idea, so we just transferred our idea to like the zombie apocalypse look. We also had to take some cake out to just take off some more weight. We didn't know how much it weighed, so we wanted to make sure that it was not going to impact it too much.
And another taking pieces off is we tried to take pieces off that weren't structurally that important as where other pieces were. So we tried to avoid taking the windows off of the entire bottom layer to avoid like damaging the structure of that layer.
Got some cake Jenga going.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, and we tried to avoid taking out any panels with lights in them.
Thank you.
Just visually.
Okay, I think we need to taste. You ready to serve up some cake?
Chocolate espresso cake.
Buttercream espresso and caramel icing in between.
Caramel. All said caramel.
All right, here we go. So tell us one more time what you created for us here.
It is a chocolate espresso cake with a caramel icing between each layer and then a coffee buttercream on the outside.
Well, it's definitely delicious. All right, it's delicious. I love coffee, and I love espresso, so it's delicious. I'm sure he's going to have a lot more technical comments. I'm sure what I could say is it looks a little dense, but it is delicious tasting. So I'll leave it to you on this.
Yeah, the espresso flavor is right there, but the cake is a little dense. Could be a little more fluffy because it wasn't part of the structure. You're not using the cake as a structure, so it could be a little more. But definitely the buttercream. Which buttercream you guys use? Swiss, American. Yeah, American. It's a little more on the sweet side. Also, Italian or Swiss buttercream could be a little less sweet, but the taste of the espresso is right there.
Yeah, I have to agree with my neighbor from Kentucky, the honorable lady from Kentucky. And I really like the way that even after I'd finished swallowing, the flavor of it really stayed in my mouth. And so it like kind of finished with that really smooth caramel flavor. And adding all three of those together is just a really great combination. And I think it's a tasty cake.
So now we make our little comments here. Cleanse our palate. Okay.
All right, thank you, Marion County. All right, we are going to have Wheeling Park. If we can have Wheeling Park on in.
If you would like me to help you pass this microphone, would that help you?
That's fine. It doesn't matter.
I mean, media, right?
Okay. Well, the problem isn't that they're not holding the mics properly.
Right, I'm
That's
just
the
trying-
problem. Yeah. So maybe just tell each one of them hold
Hold
the
it-
mic,
hold it up.
and speak directly into the mic. And tell the students to hold it. Yeah.
Okay. Sure, thank you.
We'll see how it goes.
All right, so next time we're going to taste before they shake so that y'all can get all the feedback.
Oh yeah, this
As long as they're not taking out any of the structure when they're shaking.
Because they're just going to cut you a piece.
Okay. Oh, fine. Okay. I'm down for whatever. Now, should we evacuate these? Or can we hand them off to our friends? Do any of you guys want to taste? Taste? Yeah. We got you guys extra forks.
Can I take it over?
Yeah.
Take it. Here's another one.
Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't mean to just jump up.
All right, everybody.
We expected this. No waste.
Okay, next team we have is Wheeling Park High School. The Seismic Suites. Please wheel. All right, they have made it to the shake table. Beautiful transition. All right, so you can now present your cake to us. Please tell us about your cake, your theme, and I'm going to bring the microphone over to you, okay? Just make sure you speak right into the microphone, okay?
Okay. So,
Okay, so we went for like a lighthouse design. So we have our like beachy theme underneath with our little cake insert for taste testing. Hopefully, it's still there. Um, then we went for gingerbread. Um, had a little issues with it, as you can see. Probably should did the like, put or three of them together because we have two of them. Probably should put like three of them together and they did side and side. But anyways, about 16 inches from with base Rice Krispie treats, 24 with the uh, gingerbread, and then our topper is like the top of a lighthouse. Got three little cool little LED lights in there. So yeah, we're gonna see how it turns out and works. So yeah.
And the cake is hidden right in here. It is coconut angel food cake and with a caramel buttercream icing with coconut cream infused in it. There's also sea salt.
Okay, so if you'd like to go ahead and cut a piece for the judges, we're going to go ahead and give them a slice of cake. That way they can be tasting it.
Not use. We can reuse. No, I don't want that. Yeah. This is them, yeah. Yeah. And who's the painter? No, no, no. No, no, I mean like. You're not gonna taste? You're not gonna taste?
Yeah, we can do that. Sure. Yeah, we can take it.
She wanna give it the. No, put the.
All right, so the judges are getting their slices of cake. Are we ready to shake? All right. Just a reminder, you're shaking for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and then 1 full minute. So if you're ready, we will go for 15 seconds.
Once you lose the 40 inches, that's when I think. All right.
Great.
I don't know if we need to get out a tape measure or if we're.
I don't.
Oh, yeah.
That still looks 40 inches. I mean, it could still go a little further.
All right. We're going to go for 30 seconds. It's hanging in there.
It's wiggling, but it's. All right.
Right. Okay, we're going to go for 1 full minute. It's looking good.
Oh, yeah,
All right, we've got some shaking going on here. We've got some sides that are cracking.
35 seconds, so this could be interesting.
this is just. Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Great job. All right, congratulations. We're going to get some feedback from the judges, okay?
All right. All right. Gonna start with the tasting first. First, congratulations for its holding. The tasting. Angel cake for me, it's very, very soft. This is look a little undercooked. So normally when I do angel cake, I turn upside down after come out of the oven, so it doesn't, it's like dense, too dense. But the buttercream is delicious. Yeah, the buttercream with dulce de leche and a little sea salt and coconut. Yeah, it's super delicious. For the cake, yeah, I like that you guys put the heavy in the bottom and then very light on the top. So normally when I do the cakes, I think about that, putting the heavy in the bottom and the light on the top. The only thing for the cake topper, you guys didn't use any edibles on the cake topper, right? Yeah. So. Oh, icing for the letters. Yeah. All right.
Yes, congratulations. I was unsure what was going to happen after the first fall, and I think there was a lot of good structure that was happening there. Can you tell me what you think was able to hold everything up and not topple? Can you explain what you think happened from an engineering standpoint? There's no center column in there, right? So we're not seeing any, there's no other thing in there. And so it's basically edible. Is there anything in there that's not edible?
Yeah, everything is pretty much all edible. So as soon as that topper went, I mean, it's 100% now. So, but yeah.
With our culinary people, they were the ones came up with the edible cement that was used to hold it up as well as it was. We, as engineers, mostly design the structure, and they, with their knowledge about the different types of foods that we could use, came up with the correct materials. So that was one of the main reasons it stayed up as long as it did.
Thanks. Well, I'm very impressed because I thought this was one of the ones that might have had a center column in it. So I think that's awesome that it was able to stay up, even with it started with a lean, right? And it still stayed up. So that was great. I thought from an aesthetic standpoint, I can see where you're going from it. And I was looking at your poster. I think strong design for sure. I love the gradient and the buttercream. I love lights, so I love that you added lights as well. So I think that was great. I was curious to know if there was anything that you made a connection between the Rice Krispie treats and where the gingerbread started. How did you get those two things to marry, those dissimilar materials? Same stuff. Awesome, awesome. Well done. And by the way, the cake was delicious too. I mean, I had to only take one bite because there's so many teams, but it's delicious as well. I would have agreed exactly with Rodolfo's. I love the sea salt. I love that you use little details like the seashells and things. I think that was great, so well done.
So, as we're talking about nothing in the center, I believe if you at least had cross beams or maybe another piece of gingerbread in between the top portion of it, then that would have given you a lot more structure at the very top. I agree with everything about the theme of it. The gradient was nice, and I really enjoyed the fresh coconut in the icing because that gave you a different texture as opposed to the cake and the icing on it. So it did taste very good.
All right, congratulations, Wheeling Park, for your presentation. If you could remove your cake off the shake table, we will now have James Rumsey.
I'll take it to the team. Yeah. It's not for me.
People here that you're trying to make sure we
Make sure.
over, okay? Facebook. So please enunciate, okay? Thank you. I want to make sure that
Look at our kids.
She just told, yep.
Your kids.
I was just going to yell at them about their microphone etiquette.
Yeah. This is James Rumsey Technical. All right, are you guys ready? All right, we have James Rumsey Technical Institute, and they are going to move their cake over to the shake table. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Here, just take that. Need more?
I'll take a few.
Yeah. All right, they have successfully made it to the shake table. All right. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your cake, and then we will shake?
Hi.
Right into the microphone.
Oh, the little one. Okay. So we had other designs originally, but we were way overweight, and we realized that when we got here. So we had to reiterate a whole lot. which is why it's not really how we pictured it would be. Our topper was originally, our theme was originally Ghostbusters. And our topper was the Stay Puft guy, but he was way overweight, so we had to reduce it to the James Rumsey Shield. It used to spin too, but it was too much weight. Yeah, we reiterated by, it was all Rice Krispie, just straight stacked. We had to take some of the pieces and built it more like a gingerbread house with the materials we had here. So that's what I got.
Thank you. All right, we're going to get ready for the shake. And again, it's going to shake for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and then a full 60 seconds. The suspense. All right, we've got it all cooked down. Okay, are you guys ready? We're going to shake for 15 seconds. Here we go.
The topper does turn.
All right. You successfully made it through 15 seconds. Can you do 30? Can your cake withstand 30 seconds? Let's see. Oh, the topper is off. The cake is still standing though. All right. All right, the last shake for 1 full minute. You ready? Okay, here we go. Tumbling down. It's still holding on. We're having some toppling on the bottom.
We got cake in the gears.
All right, we're down to the last little bit of time. Standing. Great job, guys. Great job. All right, if you'd like to cut the judges a piece of your cake and bring it over, and then we'll give feedback on everything. forks.
Oh, clean team.
Yeah. So that so you have to squish it. They haven't told us yet.
Yeah, no.
We sharing one?
Nope, they got another.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to
We don't know
start
what
giving.
is.
Okay. If you guys want to share a little bit about your cake, the flavor and the frosting.
Guess it's on. Yeah. All right. So we made an Irish apple cake. It's a cinnamon cake base, and we made apple filling to go inside of 2 of the layers. Yeah. The second, above the cake is Rice Krispie, and at the very top we use like brown sugar to mold it together. And the buttercream is cinnamon and rum extract flavored, and it's dyed purple gray. And the topper was made out of fondant. We originally had a Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man, but it didn't work out as well as we thought it was going to. So we changed at the last moment because the weight was way too much.
Thank you. All right, we get some feedback from the judges.
Congratulations on it staying up the whole time. Now, what I watched before when walking around, yours does have a center spindle, right? So we've got threaded rod and then some plates that are at certain locations, okay? And so it probably was not going to fall, right? I was worried, if anything, that you might lose some of those vertical pieces, right? And I think the fact that most of it even stayed on the base, I think that's great. Obviously, aesthetics, not quite as much as we'd love to see. I think with a little more time, maybe it could have been even more beautiful. I love the concept and the idea, so I think at least there was a pivot there. And I'm going to say that the cake's delicious. It's a little crumbly. It's kind of like losing its shape, but as far as the taste, it's absolutely delicious. One of you?
Oh. All right. I'm going to talk a little bit about the structure. Normally when we think Rice Krispies, it's very light, but when it starts stacking, it becomes really, really heavy. And a cake is normally never going to hold like that amount of Rice Krispies. The cake is delicious. The taste is right there. It's not too much cinnamon, but it's really good. And I got a few pieces of apple, and it tastes really, really good.
What was providing the crunch inside of the icing? It wasn't Rice Krispies, but there was something there that was crunchy. What was that? Think so? Okay. How many plates do you have from the top to the bottom? 3 plates. Okay. I agree that with the lack of any additional decoration up on the top piece, it kind of takes you out of the fantasy of this great big massive tower standing there. But it did a very good job of falling apart. I think having the cake on the bottom probably did help with some of that to absorb some of that weight as it was doing the shaking, but it's a great effort.
Okay, thank you so much. James Rumsey, let's give him a hand. we are going to move on to team number 4, 100 High School. If we can have 100 High School. Okay, guys, whenever you're handed the microphone to talk, speak right into this middle mic, right up at your mouth, okay?
Yeah, presentation.
That's not it.
Who's this? 100 High School. 100. All right, next 100 High School. If you guys could move your cake to the shake table, and then you can present to the judges. Yep. They are on the move. The suspense. Success. They have made it onto the shake table. All right. Good job, guys. So, if you all could explain a little bit to the judges, let us know your theme. Speak right into the microphone.
We chose to do an Asian pagoda because they are designed to withstand an earthquake, and so we figured that it would be the perfect structure to use. And our cake is a matcha cake to also fit the theme of Asia. I'll let Tatiana, one of our culinary experts, talk about that.
So our cake is a matcha cake. In the middle between the cake is buttercream. Speaking of the mic. I am. Is buttercream icing with cardamom.
Put it right there.
It is.
No, the top one.
Oh.
Because they're using the top
Okay.
one at the bottom.
And then the green dripping is matcha ganache.
Okay. All right, I'm Austin. I was in charge of a lot of structure stuff. So our structure consists of popcorn with melted marshmallow holding it together in these different molds and blocks that interlock with each other. And then we have gingerbread poles that go in between them. So we used these molds to form our blocks. And then our topper, we use this mold to form it out of isomalt. So yeah. And the decorations on the topper are made using a vacuum mold.
Thank you. All right. We are going to shake. And again, it will shake for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and 1 full minute. So we will start with see what 100 High School. It's standing strong. seconds down. Some wobbling on top, but it is holding strong. All right. We did 30 seconds. Okay, here comes the biggest shake yet. 1 minute. Let's see if this cake can hold. Ready? One full minute. Oh, we've got some shaking here. We have got some shaking. We've got some movement in the middle of the cake. See, oh, we've got some movement in the middle. Is this gonna fall off? Is this gonna fall off? Oh, it is wobbling. It is still holding on, though. It is still holding on. 20 seconds. It's staying firm. We had some movement there, but it is. That was intense. 100 High School, your cake withstood 1 full minute. Congratulations. All right. If we could get you guys to cut a piece. If we could get you guys to cut a piece of cake for the judges for them to taste. Yeah. Can you play?
That was intense. That was intense.
Okay, whose heart is beating so fast right now? Mine. Oh my gosh, that was close. I thought it was coming down. Who thought that was coming down? That was great.
Did you test getting cake in the gears? Well, the buttercream will lose it, so there you go.
Put everything like on a sauce or whatever, you know.
Next time we need a
safe and
skirt to it, you know?
Yeah. We were worried, you know, like I didn't know if I should put plexiglass shields on it for some reason. It's just one of those things. You just, but I think
Kind
it's
of adds to
performing
it to
well.
watch the gobstoppers go dangerously close.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of like it. It's mild shake. We put up it. We put up it.
All right. You guys could explain your cake to everyone and just let them know a little bit. About, they're going to explain any more about the cake. They're going to taste a little bit.
So the texture in between the cake is Pocky sticks, and as we said before, the cake is a matcha cake, and in the middle is cardamom icing, and the outside of the cake is just American buttercream.
All right, we're going to get some feedback from the judges.
Well, first of all, congratulations. I think we were all holding our breath halfway through there and said, what's going to happen? And it did a little dance for us, but it really stayed together. And, I think that the idea of going with the Japanese structural dancing floors, right, like Bernuka, Brandy and Manuka did, I think that's fantastic. And I think from an engineering standpoint, the ingenuity of both you didn't just use blocks and rectangles, right, for your popcorn structures. You used like a Tetris shape. So much more surface area, so much more interlocking. I think that was really smart. Your columns weren't wood. They were made of gingerbread. They were actually round, perfectly round columns. The fact that you used a reverse mold with silicone and a vacuum machine to do those things. Your cake topper looked awesome. It had a light in it, which I love. But I think other than the light, the whole cake topper was edible, right? It was all isomalt and paint and things like that, which is fantastic. I think if I was going to criticize something, I understand where you were going with the rice paper, right, or wafer paper, whatever that is. I think it could have been a little more dialed in, right? It looks a little bit like it was kind of tacked on at the end, but I do love that you had airbrushes and you had a plan and that you kind of had it all together. But that was the one thing that, those weren't all lined up perfectly straight. They looked a little bit askew, and everything else with your construction is so clean, and I'll extend that to the cake on top. I think this cake looks like what you would want to see a cake look like. Maybe not after a shake table, but it looks like a real cake as well. So I think you did a great job.
Yeah. First, I want to ask you, who did the cake topper? Oh, yeah, because we always, everybody knows how difficult it is to work with isomalt. And everybody, I think, got burned during the show. It's really painful. But it looks beautiful. And the whole cake, the idea of the popcorn is very light. And the only, like Sarah said, maybe the decoration could be like you guys run out of time, maybe 20 more minutes for the decoration could be like something different. The presentation of the cake is the best so far. Like Sarah said, it looks like a cake. Like even the icing between layers, like the same amount of icing. So and tastes really good as well. So congratulations.
I'm typically not a big fan of matcha flavor, but this one was paired very nicely. And the contrast that you had with the buttercream icing, I think, was a really good combination. How many of the layers were unattached in your structure? So all those remaining layers just sitting on top? Or are they glued to the popcorn structure? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's what caused that middle layer to go. Well, it did a fantastic job of dancing around, and of all the toppers so far, I was most concerned about this one because I'm going to be eating it. So it was very nice, and I agree, it looked delicious, and it was delicious as well. Great job.
All right, congratulations, 100 High School. Okay, we are going to keep moving right along. We have Technical Education Center next. Team number 5. Okay. Custer County Technical Education Center next. Are you ready to move your cake to the shake table? They are on the move. All right. We've got a topper.
You can push it back up.
Little adjustment there. All right. They are on the table. Hey, if you cake a little bit to the judges. Speak right into that microphone, please. Hold it up right up to your lips.
So, essentially, we went for our design. We wanted to design it like the Empire State Building, which is what we've gone for the biggest layer on the bottom, and then we work our way up. We wanted to base our design off of as much technology as possible, which is why we have our rollers on the bottom, and then up here we have a switch that allows our top to shake along with the whole competition here. And I'm going to hand it off to Luke here because he knows a lot more than I do.
Okay, can you hear me? I don't know anything loud. With this design, we had a little bit of issues with the weight. We were 10 pounders, something like that. We cut all the icing off, chopped our carrot cake up on top. It was looking nice at first. We thought we were gonna do very good. But hearing that you gave us 10 minutes to redesign our cake. Well, redesign, I guess. But our cake is a mixture of popcorn, marshmallow, and chocolate, and paraffin wax. Okay. Let's see. What else can I talk about? Our motor that is spinning the top or shaking the top is a Vex robotics motor. It's a 3-wire. We soldered and used. There's 3 double A batteries in there. So we made a switch that was supposed to hang off the icing, but there's no longer any icing, so it's just hanging there. And we also screwed into the base plate with our rollers using our drill over there. We drilled into the base plate, and we hacksawed off the bottom of the screw so it wouldn't mess up the butcher's plate. I don't think there's really any more I could talk about. Let's see. We also use wafer paper as the windows. We got a edible printer, and the dye on it is food coloring. So it doesn't have really a taste. I mean, it might taste funny now because of the icing and stuff, but I think it'll do good. Is there anything else you guys want to ask me? Okay.
Thank you. I think we're just going to finish securing down your cake, and then we will be ready for the shake. All right, the cake is all secure, and we are going to go for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and then 1 full minute. So let's start with 15 seconds. All right, very smooth, very smooth. All right, let's move on to 30 seconds. Can the cake hold on for 30 seconds? It's hanging in there. Nice, very strong, very strong. All right, the last shake, 1 full minute. Can this cake hold on? Let's see. Last and final shake. Here we go. 1 full minute. We've got some movement. It is hanging on. Twenty seconds left. 20 seconds. It is hanging strong. Oh, the topper is leaning a little. The topper is leaning. Can it hold on? All right. Great job. All right, congratulations, Mercer County. Your cake withstood the shake. All right, if you can cut a piece from your cake for the judges to taste. Oh, they've got it ready. All right. Mercer County, we're going to actually have you cut it from the cake, from your cake, because this one was already prepared. So if you could cut them a piece from the cake so they can taste it from the structure. Thank you. If you need more. If you'd like to explain your cake, the flavor and everything to the judges.
We made a carrot cake with raisins, craisins, and crushed pineapple and topped it with cream cheese frosting. Okay. We made a carrot cake with craisins, raisins, and crushed pineapple and topped it with cream cheese frosting.
Thank you. All right, let's hear some feedback from the judges.
Well, congratulations again. Is it gonna happen or not? I loved it. The thing didn't move at all, and I think the internal skeleton of it is probably what we have to thank for that, right? So I would have loved to see you build some of that out of fully edible instead of the aluminum, but obviously from a structural standpoint, it did its job. I was really nervous that your cake was going to walk off the top, right? Because there was so much wobbling. And in fact, that motor I thought was going to actually be a detriment to you. And I'm not sure how you figured out what the right speed and things were because, the natural frequency of the cake, it could have just spun right off. So that was a surprise. The aesthetics, I think, I love the brick caramel popcorn, that I was not expecting it to look so clean and planed. And I think you did something very interesting with the mottled, buttercream and stuff. I agree that it would be lovely if that cord wasn't just sticking out of the top, and I understand why it's there. And obviously, a cake, like a carrot cake, wants a ton of icing, and you had to take a whole bunch off. But with that being said, I still think the carrot cake was delicious, and I think from a structural standpoint, you guys did a great job. So congratulations.
I think for me the design is very beautiful. By the way, I don't know who was the idea putting like the edible paper with in blue, like look like the windows. The windows over here is cracking, so for the shake. But the visual, it's really nice. Talking about structure, when we saw the structure in aluminum, we thought that is gonna hold. So maybe using something else for option. The cake is delicious. To do a and it doesn't have any pieces on the cream cheese as well, so it's very nice. The cake topper, that isomalt, correct?
Sugar.
Sugar, yeah, isomalt. Yeah, it's really well done. Again, the structure could be in chocolate maybe, but the isomalt, it's really well done. Congratulations.
What percentage would you say is actually the metal structure, like the erector set stuff? So the bottom and the middle layer, they are attached. Mm-hmm. Carrot cake is one of my favorite cakes, and I have to echo the sentiment of everyone else up here. It was moist. The pieces of fruit were plump without adding too much moisture to it. So I'm going to be taking this slice home with me. So if you can get me a Ziploc bag, that'll be going with me. But I think it was a really great. I love the topper. The topper, to me, just the level of detail you had on the printing on it, and of course, the lights in it look great. So yeah, great job. Yeah, good job.
Very nice job, Mercer County. Thank you for your presentation. Keep moving right along. We have Wyoming Medical Center, team number 6. All right, we have Wyoming County moving their cake to the shake table. Beautiful. Now, while we get it clamped down here, would you guys like to explain to the judges your theme and your process on this cake? Please speak.
It was originally meant to. Yep. It was originally. Hold this.
Yeah.
It was originally meant to be more of a Japanese theme. We were gonna have like Godzilla and stuff on it, but see, that didn't go as planned. The reason we went with the Japanese theme is because we were using these dampeners on it, which we figured out that Japan uses those for more earthquake-resistant buildings, and we wanted to see if that would work, but I doubt it would fall over now.
We also tied in the Japanese theme culture with our media. We used like their kaijin for like Godzilla, and instead of Mothra, we did our own culture. So we did Mothman. So we did Godzilla and Mothman, and
if our topper was there, you would have those gods.
For our cake, we done a ube cake with a yuzu jelly and a matcha buttercream frosting, which originally the ube flavoring, purple yam, basically. A lot of people would think it's nasty, but as it seems, it's actually not as bad as people would think it is, but it's actually pretty good. But it's originally from the Philippines, and so we use the information from Japan because they have a ube place down in Japan called ube. So that's kind of where we got our idea for our cake at, and the same thing with the buttercream.
Thank you. All right, we have got your cake secured to the table, so we are going to shake for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and then one full. Guys, ready? All right, we're going to seconds. It's hanging in there. Very nice. All right, let's see if it can stand 30 seconds. Very sturdy. Nice, all right. Now can it hold strong for one full minute? Let's see. Oh, we've got some movement here. We've got some movement. It seems to be hanging in there, but it is shaking. It is shaking. It's wobbling here. And hang on. We've got some leaning. 20 seconds, 20 more seconds. All right. You had a leaning there, but it stood up. All right. Okay, if you all could cut a piece of your cake for the judges to taste. They'll have.
No, the cake is still there.
Yeah, if the cake is still standing, then we need the pieces cut from the cake. All right, we're just serving up the judges here their slices of cake, and then we'll get some feedback. right, judges, are you ready for the feedback?
By the way, I love ube. Uh, the cake is perfect. Yeah, the buttercream is not very sweet. The matcha taste is there, so everything is like on point. This cake is like 100%. I'm gonna say, tastes really delicious. Congratulations. Um, Now for the cake, the structure. Um, I think you guys could do a little bit better job. I know you guys run out of time. I don't know what happened to the other connections from the top, but yeah, maybe a little more time, and maybe you guys could finish this cake. All right.
Was it weight? Is that why the top isn't here?
It wasn't really light, it was just complications, and we couldn't really figure out what the pieces weren't snapped onto the bottom parts of it. So we struggled on that part, and then running out of time to put the gingerbread in to the little slots, and then we just
You got to pivot. Got it. Okay, I get it. I think when I was watching you guys assemble, I was really impressed by the idea that you had to have gingerbread that fit in a perfect tolerance of all of your other pieces. So I want to commend you because I know how difficult that can be to get a technical spec as a baker because I did it to him all the time. And I was like, can't you make it like this? And he's like, I don't think you understand how gingerbread works. So great job with that. I think from a design standpoint, I really appreciate that it looks cohesive from the gray to the gray. I assume that we're going for that cherry blossom look with these, so I appreciate that. I think some of the piping could be a tiny bit cleaner, right, with your flowers, but you know, I like the idea and the concept of it. You know, the 3D printed with the gingerbread is a very strong structure, right? Because that 3D printing is going to do a lot in this case. What percentage would you say, like that base piece, is that gingerbread or is that cardboard or wood or what is that piece that sits on the red ones? Okay. Okay. Okay, so that was that you had started there, yeah. Well, I love the 3D printed dampening devices. You know, I think that was really interesting. I think you got lucky with the way that the cake got set up because you might have known that if those clamps weren't there, your cake would have walked off a lot earlier. But and I think maybe if you attached that base plate to the red things, that might have also helped. Yeah, but I think generally speaking, you know, it's still mostly standing. I think if I was in Japan and I was the building owner, I'd still be pretty happy. So, you know.
When I first saw the red, I thought it looked like sponges and foam, and so I thought, well, that's pretty cool that you got the solid piece in the center, and then you have the little springs on the outside. And can you push down on one of it so I can watch it move by itself? The one on the front. Okay.
That's where it wiggled.
Okay, yeah. That's why it had to come off of that. I agree. I really like the pink. It's like the cherry blossoms are just all the way going up to the top. I do like seeing the little bit of the exposed structure in there with the gingerbread. What percentage of your cake do you think would have been the printed versus the actual cake itself? Okay. I really liked your use of color in the cake. I think it was very vibrant. So I know the color combination just looks really cool. And I think you guys did a great job. Well done.
All right, thank you, Wyoming County. All right, we are going to keep moving along here. We have Huntington East Middle School and High School up next. Okay, this is team number 7, Huntington East Middle School and Huntington High School. Combined team moving their cake to. Be careful of the. All right, if we could have y'all stand over here just so you're in view. If you could explain your cake and your theme and process to the judges.
Hello. Oh, can they hear me? Hello, I'm Annie, and our theme is Aztec. Okay, over here we have gummy bears, okay, and then the green is vines to make it more themed. And then Annabelle's going to be talking about what our topper's made out of.
Our topper is made from fondant, and it has a cardboard structure so that we could wrap it around to make the mold of the chef hat. And then Julius is going to talk about the cake.
The cake we decided to make is a black forest cake. It's chocolate cake with a ring of icing and cherry filling in the middle, and stack that like twice. A dollop of cream on top. And he's talking about the adhesive. And he's going to talk about what we used to bind it together.
So through some short testing, we came up with adhesive that works. It's a mixture between gummy bears and chocolate, and it keeps like kind of the rigidness of chocolate, but also gives it a little stretch, which delays the time at which the thing falls over, if it does. And that leads us to our next unique thing about this is our counterweight.
Yes, so the way we designed our temple is the inside is hollow, which allows space for the counterweight that we made, which is 3 hollow hard candy spheres suspended by a string to kind of move with the momentum to balance out the, where the, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, sorry, I forgot the word I was looking for. Where the movement is going towards, just trying to keep it all even and together. So, yeah.
And that will be it.
Thank you for that presentation. Beautiful job. All right. Your cake is secured to the table, so we are going to go ahead with the earthquake. We are going to quake for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and then 1 full minute. Are you guys ready? All right, let's go for 15 seconds. Looking very strong. Beautiful. That almost seemed too easy. Let's see if it can go for 30 seconds. Are we ready? Still holding strong. Successful shake. Here comes the biggest one. Can it hold for 1 full minute? It's looking good, guys. This is looking very sturdy. I don't think it's going anywhere. Beautiful job. Congratulations, Huntington. Beautiful job. All right, if you could please cut a piece of cake for the judges from your cake.
Our cake is like.
Yeah, it's like it's in some fun place. Someone hold the
You can destroy now.
Wait, hold on.
Where's a hammer?
Should we? Yeah. Should we? Oh my gosh, she's getting the hammer.
Cake machine. Where is it? Where is it?
Knock it over.
It's right here.
All right, so Huntington's cake is actually inside of their gingerbread coating. So they are going to have to break open their cake, break open their outer coating to get to the cake.
Well, no, it's in the very bottom one, guys.
We've got some hammers pulled out here.
Wherever you want.
All right. Good thing they got their hard hats on for this. Oh, whoa! We took a tumble there. So this is the first we've seen of destroying the cake after the shake.
Yeah, we got one for each. Yes, just like that. I did not just kill the cake, bro. It was already. It'll be leaking.
Can't find.
That's all right. If the cake is still standing.
We can share this one. We can share this one.
The judges can take a bite from this one.
Oh, here we go. One more. Very nice.
Oh, and this is one of the ones that were sitting over there that we made, just in case. Yeah.
All right, the judges are going to taste, and then we'll get some feedback.
Did they already tell us what to do?
I think they did, yeah.
Oh, right. Do you want to? Okay.
All right, I think the judges are ready to give some feedback. If y'all could stand over there.
All right, well, you guys, You guys did a great job. Obviously, it was very sturdy. So well done on that. Well done on that. I think your design and the idea, the Aztec idea, was really strong. Obviously, coming up with that structure, and there was a lot of, I can see your building blocks and the thought process behind it, very strong. From the aesthetic standpoint, you know, I can tell that you were using the vines to kind of cover up some of the chocolate seaming, right, and stuff like that. I think your vines could have been a little bit more delicate. There were some of them that looked like it kind of, you know, were going fast, right? Or gummy bears. You can never count on gummy bears to do it right, you know. I think that the fact that some of you are middle schoolers is not to be missed because everybody else in the room is in high school. So congratulations to the three of you in the green shirts because it's a big thing that you guys are competing at this level. I think the idea of having the counterweight is super cool, very ingenious, and what a risk. I mean, rollers and stuff, that's all external. The idea of having something internal that could possibly compromise things one way or the other, you know, we did hear them knocking around in there, and I think that was a risk as well. So I think a lot of those risks really paid off, and I'm not the expert on the cake, but the cake tastes really good. I love the cherries. That texture is great. I can see that you brought us up one that's a little fancier. You know, this could have been in there as well, right? Because you didn't lose anything in the cake. So I think the ones that we got presented, it could have been maybe a little bit elevated. They're kind of basic compared to what you showed us here, but it is delicious. You first.
Oh, all right. By the way, yeah, the cake is like super moist, very soft. It's not very sweet, so it's perfect. Eat the entire cake, delicious. The cherry as well. I wish we had a camera inside to see the everything moving. Like we heard a little bit of the knocking the walls inside of the cake. Gingerbread is like amazing. You guys did a really nice ratio because you know sometimes can get like really soft. So it was really nice. Maybe the presentation, the outside could be a little thinking a different thing, but was really nice. Congratulations.
Can you shake those so we can hear them clack? My aunt used to have a similar toy like that when I was a child, and you would clack them like this, and then they quit making them because people were breaking wrists. So, and your structure itself was a little bit triggering for me because last week I watched a movie about a Peruvian temple where the vines were eating people. So when I saw that, I'm going, I think I might have to step back from this. I can't think of the name of it, but I'll send it to you. I think your all structure was absolutely stellar. This needs to be down in Florida to withstand the hurricanes and stuff because you guys really had to bang on that to get inside of there. And I love the visual representation that you had provided us with about what each of these pieces looked like and how they fit together. And I also really enjoyed the fact that everyone take a turn of speaking and telling us what your contribution to it was. The cake was delicious. I love the lightness of it, the creaminess of it. It's one of those cakes where you'd say, oh, I'll have a second piece, and then about 20 minutes later, you'll go, oh, I should not have had that second piece because it's just so rich, but it's so tasty, you just want to keep on eating it. So very, very well done. Great job.
All right, wonderful job, Huntington East Middle and High School. Thank you so much. If you could remove your cake and your pieces, please. We will keep things going. We are down to our last two teams. We have team number 8, Wetzel County Technical Education Center. If you could please make your way into the room. All right, we have team number 8. Wetzel County Technical Education Center bringing their cake to the shake table. Slow and steady, guys. You're doing great. To the white line, and then you can move to the shake table. Yes. All right, their cake has successfully made it to the shake table. If I could have you guys explain your cake, your theme, anything you want to the judges. Please speak right into that mic.
All right.
Right
So starting from the top, our topper is made out of gingerbread. We laser cut it to make our almost heaven swing and our West Virginia cutout. And then the topper itself is sitting on the PVC pipe that's mounted to the base. Will can talk about the layer of cake.
In between each layer of cake, there's a laser cut circle of gingerbread in between each layer of the cake that goes around the center of the PVC pipe to help give it structural integrity.
And then our flavor of the cake is a sponge cake and a chocolate cake. And then for our frosting, we used buttercream and mixed in peanut butter and cocoa powder. And that is it.
Thank you for that presentation. Okay, your cake is secured, and we are going to go ahead with the shake. It's going to shake for 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and 1 full minute. So let's see how it goes for 15 seconds. Are we ready? Let's go. Oh, we've got some shaking at the top. It's hanging on there, though. It's hanging on. Okay, success. Very good. All right, let's go ahead and move on to 30 seconds. 30 seconds of shaking. See a little bit of cracking. It's hanging in there, though. It's hanging in there. The swing has fallen off. All right. Well done, guys. So we have the longest shake, 1 full minute. Let's see how this goes. We've got a little bit of separation here at the bottom. It's still standing though. We've got some leaning though. We've got some leaning. Is it gonna stay up or is it gonna fall? Here we go. It takes a tumble. Oh, right there at the end. Very good. That could have covered us all in cake. That could have covered us. Great job, guys. Great job. Let's give them a hand. There is still cake on this earthquake. So if you could cut a piece for the judges. From that part, please. Yes. Not from the floor. You said chocolate was your favorite, right? Yeah. That should be good. All right, the judges are getting served their pieces of cake. We'll let them take a taste here, and then we will get some feedback. I do believe Rodolfo's favorite cake is chocolate, so this should be on his side. All right, ready for some feedback?
Yep. So, by the way, the chocolate cake tastes really, really good. I'm very impressed that you guys use a very soft cake to go all the way up, and it's very dangerous as well. Because normally when I do a structure, I know you guys had gingerbread in the middle, but normally we build a structure to keep holding the other tiers. And this one, everything was, you guys didn't have any support between layers, right? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah, but it didn't hold, it was too much weight. So maybe other materials you could use to go all the way up, because normally we use the heavy stuff in the bottom, maybe another material on the top. But yeah, maybe if you guys had a little more time to design, what is the theme behind the
West Virginia with the sweet, almost heaven is the
Oh,
swing,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So maybe 30 more minutes to finish. The swing was really nice, the top kick.
Congratulations. I mean, as much as we want you to succeed, we also want to see some failure, and we want to see the cakes fall. So thank you for providing that entertainment. And thank you for letting one of them fly all the way up here, because that was like hibachi, where you could just, here, where you go. So well done with that. Obviously, you guys pivot with weight, right? Because you can see that you made some choices with the carving. So that's difficult to do. And I was going to say, if they were solid, I think you might have had more, stability, but obviously that would have added more weight, right? So I think you made a good choice with the PVC, because a steel column probably would have cut your cake a little bit, right? If you did a steel threaded rod, but that gave a little wiggle with it. So it worked well together. Those gingerbread interstitial layers, I think, saved you guys, right? I think otherwise you would have seen a lot more compression and walking away, but those especially at the bottom, because you could see right from the beginning it was heavy on that one side. So if those weren't there, I think I would have fallen a lot sooner. So that's wonderful. The cake topper, definitely, you nailed that thing with the 3D or CNC or whatever you did to cut that out. It looked just like West Virginia, and that's not an easy state. It's not one of those square states, It's got a lot of things going on. From an aesthetic standpoint, it did end up a little monochromatic. I think if you had a little bit more time or, had a redo, maybe you would have thought about a different color, kind of coming in. But the taste is great. I love peanut butter, so thank you for adding a different flavor than just chocolate for Rodolfo. I appreciate that. A little texture would have been probably the only thing I could comment on, either if there was something that was, maybe some peanuts or something in there, or maybe some coarse sea salt or something, gave you something different, but it was delicious for sure. So well done on that.
Almost everyone had to go back through that second round and to cut some weight off of it. And I think when you cut that weight off, then you're compromising your original plan. And so it says, all right, this was great when we had it at the beginning. Then when you start taking little pieces here and there, and I believe as the rings were going up, since they were hollow in the center, you just had that little bit of motion to where basically they were only this thick. Whereas if they had been solid, you would have had more of a structural component to it than what you have. But you could not have had any more weight on that because that joker was heavy. I saw you got strong boys, and I saw you struggle lifting that up. The cake tastes exactly like a cake that my grandmother used to make when I was a kid, with the exception of the peanut butter. She was anti-peanut butter. But the cake was just really, really rich and chocolatey. And thanks for making me feel like I was 7 years old again. I was a happy time.
Very nice job, Wetzel County Tech. Thank you for your presentation. If you could please remove your cake, and we will get this all cleaned up, and we will move on. Team number 9, Spring Valley High School. All right, we ready? All right, our last and final team of the day, Spring Valley High School, making their way to the shake table. Oh, little pause here. We're going to finish cleaning up. All right, Spring Valley, if you're ready, you can go ahead and head on over. Here we go. All right, they have successfully made it to the shake table. If I can have you face this way, yep. And if you're handed the microphone, please speak right into that microphone. Please tell us about your cake.
Okay, so our original plan for our cake obviously was iterated quite a bit, if you couldn't tell. So pretty much our main design for the cake was to go for a more Halloween theme to kind of fit the season. And so our original design was a underneath cake, and this would look like a graveyard, but inside would have cake held together by ganache with a floating ghost on top holding our CTE pumpkin. That says CTE. And then on the inside of it would be the 2 tea lights, and then inside was going to be OSHA violations, but obviously not edible, so we had to kind of pass on that one. But to tell you a little more about the cake itself, we have one of our culinary professionals.
So our cake is made from tiramisu pound cake and a plain sponge cake with some espresso flavored chocolate covering onto it. And we've got we've got chocolate frosting and Oreos surrounding it.
So obviously it's been through a lot. In this time frame alone, it originally was the height. Originally it was the height, but because of like the weight and the way the structure worked, it was leaning so far, so it was falling before it even started. So then we lowered it even more. We added more ganache, more chocolate to try and fix it, and then we're like, wait a dang second, this is still not gonna work. And so then we took more layers off, and before they gave us the extra 10 minutes, our entire top fell off. So we had to, so we had to put it back in, and because it was running away, we put in a little cage. So we put little lights on it. If Matthew can turn it around, well, he can't turn it around. It's kind of clipped in. But if he could, there's lights on the side and like lights up with eyes. So it still has the original elements of this, but it's been a little perfected. We really like to say we were really inspired by Nailed It. We think we got the wrong show here.
Thank you for that presentation. A lot of adversity there, but you pulled through. So your cake is secured, and we are going to move on with the earthquake. It's going to go through 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and 1 full minute. So, are we ready for 15 seconds?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, here we go. It's hanging in there. All right, successful 15 seconds. All right, let's move on to 30 seconds. Just a little wobble at the top, but it is hanging in there. Successful 30 seconds. Okay, the last and final quake of the day. 1 full minute here for Spring Valley High School. Let's do our last quake. Are you ready? Okay, 60 seconds. Here we go. Look very sturdy. It's still holding strong. Very nice job. All right, congratulations. Thank you, Spring Valley High School. If you could please cut a piece of cake or cut a piece for the judges so they can taste, and then we will get some feedback.
Yeah.
It's a really pretty cake.
We can see it in our mind.
Yes, yes. Well, they were trying to tell us earlier that the ghost levitating on top didn't count.
All right, I think the judges are ready to give their feedback. Ready?
Yep. 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 All right. All right. First, what's your name again?
Macy.
All right. I'm gonna hire you because you are everything. Like even everything is like really well done. You talk really nicely, and we need someone for our social media very soon. So I'm definitely gonna call you. All right. The cake. The cake is delicious. The taste delicious. It's a little bit on the dry side. Could be a little more moist because tiramisu, when tiramisu, it's very moist. And the Oreo, I love. Sarah knows I love the Oreo as well, so it's it's very nice. The cake, of course, we could go have a little. This is a little before. You need to think a little before. It's not about the 3 hours that you guys had. Maybe thinking about the structure or test a little better, and it's all about structure. If you think you're just piling a lot of cakes, that never gonna work. The cake is very heavy, but yeah, congratulations.
Since you had so many structural changes, did you obtain the correct permits to make those? Because whoever signed off on those needs to find another job to do. I think your all's camaraderie and the attitude that you have is the best thing about what you provided for us today. I see you brought your instructor in on the gig there. And I think a really good, strong relationship of mutual respect and understanding of what your mentor and your teacher's trying to teach you is so very important for you guys. Being able to make changes, and as they kept saying last night, just have fun with it. I mean, you could have been extremely upset, but every time somebody comes something, you had a really good, fast, quick to come back about it, and it was just very entertaining. I enjoyed the cake very much. I'm a huge chocolate fan as well, so you got the sweet spot with that. I'm not sure about the pumpkin. Is that edible pumpkin? Yeah. I mean, but is it pumpkin?
That's a literal pumpkin.
Okay. Would you take a bite out of it?
I can.
Well, I won't do that either. The denture work and everything. But I just really appreciate your having fun with it, and you know what? What a fantastic learning experience for you guys. So well done.
I'm going to echo a lot of that. A lot of people might be deterred by that. You all came up with a big smile, ready to pivot, ready to go with it. You know, this is what we have. This is what we're going to sell. I really appreciate that. There's a lot of creativity also in your theme and even in your board, a little pop-up, something that, you know, a little humor. I think that's great. I'm in the design world, and this is exactly how we present in terms of these are the colors, these are the ideas, this is the thought process, you know, the different materials that you have on there. That's very helpful for us to understand. So I think the creativity was, obviously, there were some moments had to pivot, right? And you did, and you know, the height's not there, right? But very stable end design, so nothing fell off. In fact, it's like, oh, that pumpkin's on the first 15 seconds. What did you put underneath that pumpkin? What's it stuck to?
Pretzels and marshmallow.
Okay, all right. Well, that was surprising because I'm like, well, it's off center. Sorry, but it's like, what do you know? So okay, I stand corrected. The cake is great. I didn't taste the cinnamon as much, but the rest of it, the ganache is absolutely delicious. So that's wonderful. I love lights. I love the idea of having something kind of hovering, you know, the illusion of that. Again, I really think it was very creative. And I agree with what was said about attitude. That's everything. And to come away with it with a smile, to even present with a smile when you know it's maybe not 100 what you imagined, that takes a lot. So well done. That's a win in of itself.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, everyone who participated. Hey, if I could have the judges all please report to the judging room so we can tally up our scores. All schools may come back into this room to clean up their stations and pick up any of their tools, any of their materials, clean up anything that they need to clean up. And then at 3 o'clock, we will report back into the big room for more Q&A. Yes. Yes. All right, testing. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I don't think this is working. Hello? I don't know. Rodney?
Culineering challenge with the teams for the award ceremony.
Oh.
He said that everybody should be able to hear him if they're quiet.
Okay.
So we took the little lapel mic off. You want it back?
No, I guess we can just use this. Is this good? Yeah. Okay. Is this good? If this is on? Yeah, it's on. Okay. All right, guys, are we ready? First of all, let's have a big round of applause for all the teams, the cast members, everyone here for competing. Thank you guys for all coming, and you should all be so proud of everything that you accomplished. I am shocked that not a single cake actually came off of the table and there was nothing left. I truly thought we'd see at least one today that was completely off the table and we'd have to get the cake from the back, but everybody had a piece left on the table, and that, I mean, you should be so proud. So we are going to do some Q&A here. I've got the cast up here, just like how we did last night. If you have any questions at all, any burning questions you want to ask them, please feel free to raise your hand. Let me know. We will get the mic to you and you can ask. But the cast members also want to ask you stuff too. So they may come around, ask you any questions about your cakes, your ideas, your process, everything, social media maybe. So if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and we will get over to you. But for now, do any of you cast members have any questions for the schools? Okay, Hannah's got one.
Hey teams, how does it feel to be Baconeers? How do you feel watching the show now and seeing the challenges? You all did phenomenally. I'm proud of each and every one of you. You should walk away proud today. You guys did really, really difficult and hard stuff, especially for being some middle school, but mostly high school. Let me tell you, almost none of us were doing this type of stuff when we were your age, so you are ahead of the curve. You all did fantastic. Here you go.
I have a question. Wait, is this on? Okay. Oh, it's for live stream. Okay, I have a question, which is just, were there any like crazy surprises? Like, I'm curious if any of the culinary or engineering folks were like surprised at, you know, something. Yeah, you got something?
We were 10 pounds over the weight limit, so we had to find a way to shave off 10 pounds with 20 minutes left.
And I just want to say that our whole bottom layer was 9.5 pounds, so that was more weight than one of our layers. Do you guys have anything? All right.
My question is, did any of you guys feel super nervous during, maybe parts of when things were falling apart? Because y'all looked calm, cool, and collected. And so... You'd be lying? But you did. You did it. Anybody else want to answer? No? Okay.
Does anyone on the floor have questions?
Yeah, do you guys have questions?
I do want to say something. It's not a question, sorry. But I really just want to say that it was very, very difficult out on the floor today to remember that y'all are high school and middle school students. The level of ingenuity and professionalism that you all put on display is worthy of enormous amount of respect. And you are all professionals. You are not students in my mind. And the teachers as well.
Yeah, Yeah, so I know we talked a little bit last night about how we had some engineering and baking, and all you guys all go to the same school except for Huntington Middle and the high school, but some of these kids may not really interact with each other than what they did today. And so I think for the cast, and anybody can answer too, how do you think it was collaborating with someone from a completely different field that you were in? Anybody? Okay. Those are two. Baking and engineering are polar opposites. So, you may not have ever collaborated with any of those students before until this challenge. Over here.
Well, with our team, it felt really strange working with people who are baking. I'm not used to that at all. This was mind-blowing how it worked. The way we collaborated was strange, but that's kind of because it had to be. It was different than anything I've ever tried before, and I think that helped me for future endeavors.
Anybody else over here?
Working with the Huntington East plus our high school, we've never met each other, only on Zoom. So the first time meeting them felt very natural and I love the teamwork evolved with not just our team meetings, but in real life. It really felt like a connection.
Wow, yeah. See, they didn't even meet each other until the first Zoom call. So that's really inspiring. Thank you. Yeah? Any other questions from the cast? Anybody want to ask anything?
I guess just to follow on to that, did anyone feel like they learned anything from the other, specialties? So maybe the bakers from the engineers from the bakers. I think you automatically learn some skills, just by nature of you guys have different specialties. But maybe something about how you communicated or workflow or anything like that.
And social media.
Or, yeah, social media, yeah, that as well. Sorry.
Nobody learned anything from each other.
In a way, I feel like it kind of ties in with the last question of how we learn from each other and how difficult it was working with a different field. I learned a lot from working with the engineering kids because I'm so used to just thinking about how to make it look pretty instead of making it structurally sound and able to withstand different conditions, So I felt like it was really fun to learn and get to work with them and figure out how to make it work the best way possible.
Was there anyone over here?
Problem solving with the math and the cooking part mixed together, that was a lot I've learned with math, solving that.
So I learned that engineering and baking is a lot alike and a lot different in the same aspects because if you use 2 grams more flour or something like that, it's going to come out different than if you use 2 grams less. So it's the same concept. It's got to be precise. It can't be spread out on different things or else it's not going to be consistent.
So all of your teams were made out of 3 disciplines: baking, engineering, and social media. Out of all of the CTE professions, is there another profession that you would invite onto your team if you were to do this again?
There's a good bit of programs you could add. Like we could add carpentry for all the interior design walls. With all of our lights, we could have added our electrical program in there, because we had to learn a lot of different things we didn't know from the other programs that they would have known. So like carpentry for the interior and electrical for the wires.
From my tech center, what I would definitely add to my team would be our electrical, like he said, and we also have our welding program, and I feel like our structure would be firm if we had our welding. Absolutely firm.
Anybody else?
Okay. I think for everybody in the room, even the cast members, from your experience on Baking Impossible and our students here, what is something that you would have changed during the whole process? Is there anything you would have changed? Is there anything you would have added? Is there anything you would have done differently? I know that there was some adversity for every team, and then you guys even on the show. But what is something you would have done differently?
So the big thing we probably would have changed was in between each layer, we had lap joints connecting the layers, and they weren't really needed too much, but it was just kind of extra support, and that's really what put us overweight, we think. So if we would have known beforehand, we would have just cut those out and not even tried to put them in.
So watching you all do this challenge reminded me, like, I got in the headspace of when Cindy and I were doing this challenge on the show, and I realized I made like one kind of high-level engineering mistake that most of you, I don't think any of you made, which was sometimes you like add constraints because you think they should be there even if they shouldn't. So when I was designing with Cindy, I wanted ours to be light and strong, because in real life, you know, you want to use not the heaviest building materials. You can't make a building purely out of cement, right? So we constrained ours to be light and strong, but at the end of the day, it didn't really need to be light, and we ended up toppling early. I feel like you all did a really good job actually like seeing what your limitations and constraints were and then optimizing for, you know, what the challenge really was. So that was awesome, and it reminded me what I could have done better. So thanks for the learning moment.
And something I'm really impressed, like, you know, you guys use your 3D printers, CNC machine, laser cutters. I mean, that's really good. That's really something that's beyond for me. So yeah, thank you for doing that.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have a question for the cast members. What would you say would be your favorite part of this competition that we did here?
I love the teamwork that I saw with each and every one of you. Seriously, we're all adults. We've been dealing in the adult world for a long time, for many years, and you guys haven't. And you acted like adults. You were professional, you were courteous, you were respectful, you carried out your plans even though they went awry. You had a lot of pressure, you didn't show it. I would have been crying in the corner. Seriously, you guys did such a great job, and I learned a lot from watching all of you. So thank you, each and every one of you. You did fabulous, fabulous job. Thank you.
I loved watching the joy and the resilience you guys all had, and then your teachers and you know your supporters, and watching your piece shake on the table and being so proud. I saw those smiles once you realize that, oh, we got this, it's solid. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say I'm proud of all of you. You guys did amazing.
It was so sweet to me to see all the people in each of your corners. So all your teachers, the people who organized this event, especially when it just got started, and you guys were probably like way too like, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that, whatever. Everyone else around the room beaming just at you guys, at what you were doing. And it was so well earned and so well deserved. And it was really, really sweet to see you guys. Like, clearly, you all have been planning and working on this for so long. You had plans to execute, and like you were so tied in. It was just so excellent. It made my heart so happy, and it made me just feel so excited for what the future of this industry looks like and what you guys' individual future looks like. Because I'm telling you, you have to put this on your resume forever. You have to show, I'm a recruiter. You have to show pictures. You have to tell recruiters, this is my resume, this is what I did. You have to tell them what you did, because what you did is not insignificant.
Put pictures in your resume.
Totally third that. Also, like, when the question being like, what was our favorite part of this? Honestly, for me, I'd never been to West Virginia. No idea what to expect of the place, the people, anything. Like, I'm leaving completely dumbfounded about how, like, capable, like, you all were talking to me as if you were my peer. You sound like you've been working for like a year in whatever your fields are. Like, I'm talking to an engineer. I'm talking to somebody who works in the culinary field. You don't sound like high schoolers who have a little hobby interest. You sound like really serious. So to me, that's like a crazy thing to take away, is like, wow, there's high schoolers who are really next level. So and middle schoolers. But you should be, I think maybe because you're around this crowd so often, you might not know how exceptional you are, but I think you might all be really exceptional. So yeah, thanks for inspiring me.
Okay, so I have a question for everybody, and I think, again, to the cast too. I know you guys probably had some funny stories that happened behind scenes, bloopers that probably either made the show or not. Was there anything that happened with any of our teams that maybe none of us caught? I know we had a ton of media, a ton of people in there, all eyes on you. Was there anything funny that happened that you guys were like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that nobody saw that? If you don't care to share, I know, did we have a team that got, I hope you're okay, that got burned? Someone got burned? Are you okay? You're good? I mean, that's not funny, but that's I got burned over here, Okay, good. So if there's anything else that happened like that, let me know.
So we were trying to ice and build our cake, and all of a sudden they needed an extra pair of hands putting together the lap joints. I don't know what a lap joint is, so I just went over there and I was like, what am I doing? And I was like, am I in the way? Do I need to move? What's happening?
I've got a question for Edmund, is it? Right? Edwin, where do you get such wonderful coats? Like, you had an awesome looking red one yesterday, and now it's like gold.
Going out of business sales.
Edwin, can you tell everyone how you show up the first day that we met? Explain what's doing
Sure. She has a comment real quick.
You will forever be our fashion icon.
Well, thank you. I'm honored. I get these coats at going out of business sales. Like, whenever some store is going out of business, I'll go pop in there and see what's left behind that nobody else was bold enough to wear or wanted to wear, and that's usually where you find the most crazy off-the-wall things. So that's always a lot of fun, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. And yeah, to Rodolfo's question, that first day we first met when we all came down to the hotel lobby, and this was like our first face-to-face meeting between all of the cast of the show, and I decided to show up in like a full face respirator helmet because my nonprofit had been. Yeah, I was ready to go to space. I had my SpaceX stickers on it as well. Yeah, so I run a engineering nonprofit. So when the pandemic hit, there were a whole bunch of engineers who just wanted to do something, anything to help, but they didn't really know what to do. They were just posting on Facebook and like talking to their friends and be like, I just want to do something. So me and 3 of my friends started a nonprofit to organize all the efforts of those engineers. And we worked on several projects, one of which was a super low cost 3D printable respirator device. So this was like the equivalent from 3M is $3,000, and we could build them for under $200. And that's what I showed up wearing on that first day, was the full face helmet respirator with the motor running and the filter pack and everything, looking like I was ready to go to space. And that's a first impression that I brought to all of you folks. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it was. It was a lot of fun.
Okay, I think so. Do we have any seniors in here? Any? Okay, lots of seniors. So all of you are leaving this year. So what if, and it doesn't have to be a senior that answers, but what advice would you give to any other students that are, and your classmates that are going to go on next year, or even if they're not here? What would you give to somebody that's going to try and compete next year?
Be involved as much as you can. We have made some of the best memories being involved in different competitions, and it's really sad that we have to leave this year.
Anybody else?
Well, as you've all probably seen, our cake didn't do the hottest, but my advice would be just have fun, because at the end of the day, this competition is just supposed to be a fun thing. So don't get too stressed about like messing up or not being perfect. Just go for it.
Yeah, there you go. Oh.
Just one thing that everything you're learning here today, you said, oh, maybe I'm never going to use this in my life again. Or the engineer say, never going to bake again. But I remember being in school and learning geometry. I said, why am I going to use this in my life? And then I was a baker. I was doing a soccer ball. And I couldn't find the perfect measurements because geometry. So I spent the whole night like searching the internet like how to find the perfect geometry. So everything you learn in your life, maybe one day you're gonna use it. So
Thank you. Thank you. So I guess this question is more for the cast. How has competing on Baking Impossible changed your life, other than making these great friends and these people that are now family to you? How has it changed who you are?
So when we filmed the show, I was in college. I have since graduated. So the show helped land me jobs. So when I was talking about going around job fairs and showing pictures, that's exactly what I did. I showed pictures of things that I built at home, and then I would tell recruiters, I was like, I had something that was kind of similar to an internship. Do you have Netflix? And I would tell them to watch it, and they were like, oh my God, it got me interviews, and it ended up leading me into a career that I really, really enjoy. And obviously, just such wonderful friends that I now get to do life with forever. So that's like super delightful and wonderful also as well.
I think for me, it just taught me, obviously going into the show, or even talking about like the first time we all met each other, I instantly gravitated towards the other engineers because I was like, my people. But then as the show went on, and especially as we were on, just teams of two, like learning how to communicate with my partner, and you know, being able to communicate with someone that came from a completely different background and you know, had completely different ideas and different skill sets was just invaluable. You know, interacting with people like that, it just really opened my eyes to both, you know, the additional skill sets they brought, but also just how to communicate when we didn't necessarily share, you know, we shared the common language of English, but like the common language of, you know, some mathematics or something like that. So just, you know, having a partner that I really needed to depend on and learning how to communicate with her when she had a completely different background was something that I took away.
Okay, I could definitely give like a thoughtful, introspective like answer about how this experience had changed my life, but honestly, like the number one way when I think about my daily life that being on the show changed it is that I can't watch any reality show or competition show and like believe anything. Like I'm like because I realized we existed for like 15 hours a day on set, and then that would become a 1 hour episode. So I was like, it was 14 hours of stuff we didn't see. So when I see an episode of like any of those singing competitions or other baking shows, I'm always wondering like who's that person for the other 14 hours of the day? So never judge. Anyone you see on TV is my, I guess, my wisdom? I don't know.
I spent my whole life waiting for the words "I'm proud of you," because you know Asian parents, they're proud but they don't say it. And it's funny how the universe works, because after the show came out, strangers were coming to me telling me that you're enough, you are amazing, and I would say don't ever underestimate your reach, because when I get letters from parents and messages about how the things that we created, the magic that we created, inspired their little girl or little boy to become a chef or whatever, that's cool. You know, that's something that I'll forever be grateful for. Yeah.
I already said things.
Oh,
does anyone else have things to say?
What I get back from the show that is, I think, the most rewardful thing is being able to give back, being now able to be here with you all and give back to the community, being able to inspire, being able to show people that, you know, sometimes you think this is your path and then there's a bump on the road and boom, you find something that you really do love. So being able to have that experience and be able to share it with all of you and now be here, and then, you know, you guys are also inspiring your younger siblings or your family members or your classmates under you. It's all like a ladder, and everybody is teaching each other. So being able to have participated in this show, built this family, and now be here with all of you is the most rewarding thing that I've gotten from the show. So.
Thank you guys for sharing that. Thank you. Okay, I think I want to ask, I know everybody, all the teams in here had to make a ton of changes during this competition. I think we all can agree that if we had more time, we would have been able to maybe get your visions out there exactly the way you wanted to. But does anyone want to share? I know we saw it all. The moment that you knew, we got to make some big changes. You know, we got to take 10 pounds off. We've got to shave this whole side of our cake off. We've got to take off our icing. I mean, what was going through your head in that moment where you're, you know, and then we gave the extra 10 minutes. So you had the 10 minutes to make those changes. What was going through your head?
The entire top of our cake literally came off. The entire top of our cake literally just went splat, and we were like, oh. And so we had to go back. We had to like change it up. We just started just like shoving stuff in there, trying to get it sturdy. So after the 10 minutes, we were like, it's just gonna be short. So we started taking off layers, you know, doing all that. But it was the moment. We actually have a picture of it. The cake top was just falling, and Alex just had to go in and just catch it, because I will.
Anybody else want to share? Yeah.
The extra 10 minutes kind of hurt us, actually, because we were like, okay, our topper was a little bit slanted on we had a motor on it. We're like, we have extra 10 minutes. We can fix this real quick. And we went to fix it, and the whole thing just broke from us trying to fix it. And we're like, oh, we should have just left it alone and sat there for the 10 minutes. So it kind of hurt us more.
Anybody else want to share? Any moment? No? Yeah.
During this competition, like you said, that you had to learn electrical stuff. Did this competition open up any of your minds to maybe potentially go into a different field or adopt some other skills? Do you want to go into baking? Anybody? No?
Well, I want to go to college for computer science, but I love doing engineering stuff, so this just makes it hard for me because I'm like, I just love to be able to do this too. So, well, I was also, I was thinking about, dual majoring with robotics engineering and computer science, so I could have both, the best of both.
All right, so back to communicating with your partners, and again, this can go for the cast while you were on the show too. How did you guys communicate together during those high pressure moments? Back to whenever you had to make those big decisions on changing up your design, changing up your cake. What were you guys, how were you communicating together?
There wasn't really any communication. I'm gonna be completely honest. It was a winging on the fly kind of thing. You knew what you had to do when you got there. We instantly just started doing our jobs like normal people. It was a big collaboration. We were all excited to do it. Very nervous. Honestly, super nervous. It was hard to even raise my hand for this mic, but I think we just needed to do what we had to do, and we wanted to win, and we tried our best, and we would put forth all our effort, and I guess that's what made us, communicate.
Well, Manuka and I really struggled because he's very sweet and he's funny, but I'm like a lot. And so I'm not that great of a communicator. And so we both just would kind of shut down. And if you watch the show, the car episode, when we really came to a fever pitch, I told him, like a couple times that you can't attach Rice Krispie treats directly to wood. And he didn't want to tell me that he had used spray glue because that was against the rules. So he's like, I got it, it's going to stick. And I'm like, it's not going to stick. And so in that moment, I was just yelling at him. And then to watch it back on camera, it was so embarrassing that I got that mad at him and so frustrated. And there was even a point that I threatened to break my leg to get to go home. So it was very hard. But we've had family counseling now, and we love each other again.
We always joke that you guys were like husband and wife.
Yes, and if I had it to do over, I would pick him 10 times over every time. So, it's very hard.
So while we were competing, there were a couple times where both us and our engineering kids had to ask the other people to dumb it down for us because we didn't understand what terms they were using. Like at one point, I don't remember what they were talking about, but I looked at them and I said, "You are using smart people words, help me." So it was just learning to communicate like in a simpler way for all of us.
Thank you for sharing those moments. Yeah, I think you guys had to build a lot of trust in one another too. You had to trust, the engineering students and the baking students to know, what you're doing, I know what I'm doing. And in these high pressure situations, you have to be able to say, I trust you, you got this. If you think we need to take this off, we'll take it off. If you think we need to change this, we'll change it. And you trusted each other. I think that goes for everybody. Are we correct? Yeah. You guys did an amazing job. If there's any other questions, any other comments anybody wants to say, we can share them now. Otherwise, we can wrap up and get ready for awards. Yeah.
I know I'm not a student, but I had asked Sarah and somebody else that I was talking to earlier, but I want to ask some of you, if you had it to do all over again, would you be on the show?
Last night we actually discussed this, and we talked about like not missing out on opportunity, or more like regrets of like do you regret something, not doing something or doing something, and I think all of us agreed that like it's kind of like the silly like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And I think for this, like a lot of us, when we got the offer, it was just like, oh yeah, like of course. But very easily something else could have gotten in the way. I think, in the first round of the show, but before the pandemic hit, I think a lot of us weren't available or able to do the show. And it was almost like a second chance. And I think a lot of us are super grateful that we still got that opportunity. And as hard as it was, like it was so rewarding. Like it's just such a cool experience to have had. So.
And I think all of you students can agree that given another chance, you would for sure take up on this opportunity to compete in this competition again, wouldn't you? Let's give them a round of applause again, everybody. All right, so that wraps up our Q&A. We've got about a 5-minute break, and we're going to start awards here in a little bit. So if anyone needs to use the restroom, we are going to take a little break, and then we'll start with awards, okay?
talk on that.
So are we doing these right now?
No, I'm just gonna have one up there
Okay.
to say,
Now,
we have a
please
special
get
gift
yours
for our
before you
special
leave.
guest.
And then we can, if you want to have Sarah and Rodolfo come up and say we have a special gift for you, we can bring it over.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. This microphone doesn't really work. It's only for the live stream.
Okay.
It's weird.
All right.
So if you want to use it. Okay. We're good.
Do you want him to use this?
Click us back on live.
Okay.
All right, if I can get all the cast to come have a seat there for me. All right, this is the fun part. So what I want to do is I want to take a few moments to thank some people that have really worked behind the scenes to really put all this together and make this happen before we get to the really, really fun part, the actual awards, right? Yeah? So first of all, I want to thank is Chef Perry here in the house. There's Chef Perry. Chef Perry, can you step up here for just a moment? Yeah. So Chef Perry, so from the whole group here, I know you've done a lot of work behind the scenes. You've been very instrumental in everything that we've done. You've made the connection with Dr. Baker and Mountwest for us. So we have created a little thank you made by our CT students.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that was actually made from our students at Roan Jackson Career Center. Those students aren't competing today, but that doesn't mean that we're still not going to thank them for all the work they do behind the scenes. So is there anything you'd like to say to the group?
I just want to reiterate what everybody else has said today. What a fantastic time today has been. I think you guys really stepped up. You made changes on the fly. And, and that's exactly what life is about. Just being able to roll with the punch and come out of it with a smile on your face, even though if it's not the best you wanted. I was on Wheel of Fortune a couple of years ago, and my first 4 spins were bankrupt. So believe me, I know all about disappointment. But I did win the prize puzzle, so that was a nice vacation to take on it. But just the fact that you guys showed up today, I would love to see you guys in my classroom up here whenever you decide to graduate. So if you want to take any tours of our facility, let me know. I can get you inside of those. I had Chef Patrick and some culinary students helping me out today, and as well as my division dean and Dr. Baker and Rod, who helped get everything set up at the last minute for us. So I'm just very appreciative that you guys are here, and I'm looking forward to what we can see next year. And of course, my new Netflix friends, you are welcome back, and we'll see what kind of magic we can make in 2025. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, to the whole entire Mountwest staff and Dr. Baker, thank you for opening your doors to us today. This has been fabulous. Your facility, all your folks have been so wonderful to work with, just behind the scenes helping us put all this together. So thank you guys for that and the continued partnership. Yeah. And I will say, I'll put a little plug. I know Dr. Baker doesn't mind. If you're not aware about the Invest scholarship, right? Free college tuition to come to community college here in West Virginia. So I'm sure if you want to ask a few questions afterwards, Dr. Baker and his staff would be more than happy to talk to you about attending school here in the fall. So, all right. So with that, Aaron Fedorka, where are you at, Aaron? There he is. Can you stand up for just a moment? So those of you who don't know Aaron, so Aaron came to us actually with a machine tool background from industry into teaching. And I've been with Aaron now for quite a while, I guess. Yeah, like since the beginning, right? So Aaron, like, he is one of the most energetic, creative instructors that I've ever seen. This guy, like, what he can do and build is amazing. And those students, can his students stand up too from his class? Yeah, you have no idea what you have exposure to. What Mr. Fedorko does for you guys on a daily basis in the class, and those of you at Wheeling Park, you guys know him. The rest of you, if you don't know the type of things that he can do, that shake table that's setting out there, he and his class actually made that from scratch, watching the show, pausing it along the way, and scaling it down step by step. They built every piece out there that's on that machine. Yeah. These trophies that you see over here, that started as a block of metal that Aaron and his students actually used lathes and did and designed. He's created all of those. So let's give him and his staff and all the people at Wheeling Park a big hand. Yeah. Aaron, thank you. Thank you. Another group that's not here with us today, but I definitely want to thank them. All the t-shirts that you're wearing, the Culineering t-shirts, those are actually made from the students at Mingo Central High School in Mingo County. So let's give them a big round. Yeah. So to our Netflix cast friends from Baking Impossible, as you can see here in West Virginia, when we throw out a challenge, people come from all over to help out. I mean, we are one big community here. And so what I want to do is every teacher that's in here or parent or administrator, if you could stand up for just a minute. Yeah. Each of you that are standing here right now, what you've done over the last few months and over the last several years, you have created an opportunity for students that nowhere else in the nation is it created. I mean, you guys have done this. None of this that we're doing here would be possible without each one of you and your support and your buy-in to this vision. Because I will tell you, I cannot do this alone. My staff here at the department could not do it by themselves. It's you guys who are actually in the field. So my hat is off to you, and I'll always be grateful to everything you do for these students. So thank you. One more big round for them. All right, if you're on my staff, can you kind of wave at everybody, or if you're setting, if you could stand for just a minute? So if you aren't aware, a few years ago when I watched the show, I threw this challenge out to the staff, and they literally looked at me like I had three heads. They're like, there's no way in the world that we can pull this off. No way, it's impossible. All right, challenge accepted, here we go. And you know what? This whole entire team that you hear and see from the Department of Ed, they've all been working behind the scenes. We've actually been working on this. Sarah, when did we start our first phone call? What happened to? Oh, she went out. Okay, so I think Sarah and I, we started talking, I think it was last December. So we've been talking all this time about leading up. Was it last December when we first did our first call? I emailed you the day of last year. So that would actually been last, like, October. Yeah, okay. So, you know, all of this, and when the staff, you know, when I said Netflix and the cast was maybe possibly going to come, they're like, what? When you told us about this 3 years ago, there's no way. And I know some of the instructors last year, if you were at the event, and I told you, I said, hey, I got this weird email. I don't know how true it is, but no, maybe the cast will actually be here. And look here. Here they are. So my department staff, who are always on these wild rides with me and who actually support me, hats off to you. If we could give the department staff, yeah. Now, the cast themselves. You guys came from, like, literally all around the world, basically, to be here with these students in West Virginia. And most of you, I think most of you, this is your first time to West Virginia, right? Yeah. Are these kids not impressive or what? And I heard, Cindy, you were saying, talking about seeing people in their smiles, and Hannah, you were talking about, you know, as you watched the competition, all the adults, how we were smiling. There was nobody in this room that's heart was bigger and more filled throughout the day than mine. Kids, what you guys did today, I'm telling you, as a previous teacher, I'm like blown away. Like just hearing you guys speak, seeing what you build out there, I mean, my goodness. And then you have these wonderful mentors. I know that some of them got to get on calls with you, you know. And so what we've done for you guys is in West Virginia hospitality, we've actually created you. You will each get one of these. Yeah, yeah. So these were actually created by our students. So then what I would really like to do too, because there's two of you, you've been on every call. You've been in every conversation, and you actually kind of got this started. So if Rodolfo and Sarah, if you guys could step up here for just a moment. So we actually went, and you'll get one of those, but we actually made you a few extra little things in hospitality fashion. So those beautiful little trophies over there that they're going to bring over here. Yeah. So this is a, yes, there you go, there you go. This is actually a scaled down replica of the actual Culineering Challenge cup that we share, all right? Then we also have cutting boards. Yes, please.
On the show, we won a trophy, but we never got home the trophy. So now this is going to be our first trophy.
So we also have cutting boards made for you guys that were made from the students at Roan Jackson. And I know this is a lot. And then the last gift that we have from you is actually from our salt mines here in West Virginia. Give you guys a little bit of flavor and spice when you go home. There you go. Yes, there you go. Yeah. So, yes. But Sarah, truly, Rodolfo, I cannot thank you guys enough. You made all this happen. You helped convince your friends to come here to West Virginia. Some of them probably are like, West Virginia? What? Where is that? No, but really, you reached out. You really made this happen. So I truly, and I know everybody in this room cannot thank you enough for really pushing that envelope.
Well,
so
thank you for having
you.
us, and thank
Yes.
you for doing it. You know, I reached out because how am I
go.
gonna?
Here. Here you, yeah. There we go.
I am so pleased, and I am also overwhelmed. You know, finding out about it to begin with, and watching you speak about what was happening, I could almost not reach out. It's just so amazing to see this come out of the show. You know, there wasn't really a season 2, but so many people have reached out to me, and I'm guessing all of you, about how inspiring it was to see engineers on TV, to see bakers doing things, to see male bakers, female engineers, queer people, a whole bunch of different things. And what a wonderful outcome. I hope you guys keep doing this. I hope you remember this moment. I hope you take it home with you and go, that was a cool day. I hope everybody feels amazing because you all did an incredible job. And watching you all do it and enjoy it and work together and pivot, lots of pivoting, it really was just amazing. And that, I think, really comes down to the staff, right, and the leadership, the teachers. You guys all get a huge round of applause in my book. Because I can see how much went into it. So you guys are incredible, and especially to you and the leadership that you have with your staff. They clearly like their jobs. They were doing above and beyond all the time. I see you smiling over there, Angie. It was purely delight for us to be a part of it. So thank you so much. Do you want to say anything?
As well, we want to say thank you to Andrew because he started this idea, I don't know, in 2017, something like that. He pitched the show and created this whole thing. And then it's just an idea. It started with an idea for you, and it's getting bigger every year. Maybe can go national, you know, someday, and everything started here in West Virginia.
And thanks to you guys, because it wouldn't have been as much fun if you guys weren't all willing to come. So I was easy when I was like, hey, guess what? And they're like, woo! So you guys are the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. So yeah, to the staff, guys, really, truly, this means so much. And for everybody else here in the audience, so the staff has been so wonderful. I got to spend a few hours with them yesterday morning, got to talk to them a little bit yesterday or throughout today, and I hope to talk to them a little bit after this. But one of the requests that they actually asked of me, several of you, said, hey, how do we get involved and continue to be involved in what you're doing here, beyond just this culinary challenge. So what I would tell each of you instructors and each of your students, don't hesitate to reach out to these guys. As you can tell, they're passionate about what they do. They want to share their craft with you. So if you have ideas or whatever, you want to get in contact with them, anybody on my staff can get us in contact with them. And hopefully all of you are willing to do our debrief call with us that we're going to do here in a few weeks, right? And maybe talk about what could happen next year. So those of you that are underclassmen or in the middle school, you may just have an opportunity next year for a new challenge that may even be more difficult. So just be prepared. So teachers, just be on the lookout for something. So with that, Emily, are we ready to do awards? We are ready for some of our small awards. All right, here we go.
Thank you. All right, so we have had some crazy competition today, and everyone, I know we've given so many rounds of applause, but let's just give one more round of applause for all of our teams. And so we've got some small awards up here, and we do not want anyone to go unnoticed. So we have one award for the best cake topper, which was judged by Sarah and Rodolfo. And that cake topper award goes to 100 High School. If you'd like to step up here so we can get a picture. Okay, we have our next award, and that is the best video submission. So for every team that is here, they had to submit a video with their application to compete in this competition, and we all went through and we picked the best video, and the best video submission goes to Wyoming County.
So just so everybody know, if Wyoming, where you got, yeah, you're coming up. So just so everybody know, these videos, I was not on the judging committee. However, I did get to watch everyone that was submitted. And let me tell you, you guys, you're not only creative out here on the floor, you're really creative behind the camera. So kudos to all of you. Your videos were really, really amazing. These guys right here, their video kind of had a Mission Impossible kind of theme to it that was really unique. We will share that out on our social media after the event so that everybody can see the winning video. So congratulations to all of you.
Okay, and for our last small award, we have our best social media campaign. So this was the team that was pushing out all of their hashtags, pushing out all of their pictures on their Instagrams, and getting all their media out there for everyone to see. And this award goes to Spring Valley High School. Congratulations, guys. We're still not.
So there is an award. We actually don't have an award for it, but when we were all in the judges' room, if you guys remember, we were talking about a Spirit Award. And there is this one individual in this room that we're like, oh my gosh, hands down, this person deserves the Spirit Award. So in the future, it will actually become an award as part of the culinary. And this award was actually goes to Spring Valley High School. Yes, yes. Go ahead. Come on up here. Yes, yes. Would you like to say anything?
I had fun.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. So in the future, she has now inspired us in a Spirit Award. Yes. All right. So we're still tallying. All right. So let's take just a quick 5-minute, just little intermission. It looks like there must be really close scores between first, second, and third that they're in here determining. So if everybody can hang tight for about 5 minutes, okay?
everyone, if I can have your attention. The results are in. Is everybody ready to see who has won the 2024 Culineering Challenge? Now, we do have a third place, a second place, and a first place. And I'd like to reiterate that third place will get a $2,000 grant for their school, as well as a 2024 Culineering Challenge cutting board. All right, so without further ado, our third place winner is Marion County. Congratulations, guys. All right, let's move on to second place. So for our second place prize, we have a $3,000 grant for their school, as well as a 2024 Culineering Challenge cutting board. And our second place winner is Huntington East Middle School and Huntington High School. Congratulations, guys. Okay. All right, so for our first place grand champion, they will receive a $5,000 grant for their school, the large trophy here that Clinton is holding, and each student on the team will get a $200 personal check from the West Virginia Hospitality and Travel Association Education Foundation. So without further ado, our 2024 Culineering Challenge grand champion is 100 High School.
I'm used to this. That's right.
So if everybody didn't know, 100 High School, and especially for the cast members, for our first annual Culineering, this school was our grand champion for the first one.
right, congratulations to all of our teams. We want to thank all of you for being here, all of you for participating. We cannot wait to see what next year is going to bring. Hopefully something bigger and better, and we hope to see a lot of familiar faces again. And thank you all for coming. If we could have all of the cast members, anyone who wants a picture, to please step out onto the patio so we can get a big group picture out here. Yes, all the cast members. And the students, sorry. Yes. And we'd like to thank all of our viewers at home for watching on the live stream. Thank you, everybody.